joining us from Lagos. Oh, Chisom, you're joining from Lagos. Thank you very much for your time and thank you for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Okay, we have 4 minutes, 3 minutes to go before we introduce our speaker. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll start now. At least we have 13 people on call. First of all, my name is Chidimma Ugwu, and I will be your moderator today. So, welcome everyone for joining us today. Sorry, can you all hear me? I just want to confirm before I continue.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that. So, welcome everyone today, and I'm happy to be your moderator for this session on data governance. So data is everywhere and every organizations, they depend on it to make decisions and run daily operations. So because of that, it is important to manage data properly and keep it secure. and that is what data governance is all about. So today we'll learn more about why data governance matters and how it helps businesses work better. So today we have our great speaker with us today, who will be sharing valuable knowledge and insights on this topic. We have Damon on this call with us. He's a cloud security consultant with Microsoft. He has experience helping organizations design and implement secure solutions across cloud and enterprise environments. Uh, he also have expertise in identity and access management, security and compliance, data loss prevention, threat modeling, zero trust architecture, data governance. So he's also works closely with global organizations to modernize and implement Microsoft solutions to strengthen their security posture by implementing solutions that protect identities and secure sensitive data. So as a mentor, Damien is passionate about helping aspiring professionals navigate their cybersecurity journey. So let's welcome Damien on the call. Thank you. If you are here with us, can you say hello to us?
Hello, Chidimma.
Thank you very much. Over to you. I'll be handing the session over to you. Let's put our hands together for our speaker for today. Thank you for joining us and for taking out your time to be with us on this session and to share your knowledge with us. We
Thank you,
welcome
Chidimma.
you. You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Chidimma. Thank you very much. And thanks for the introduction as well. I'm so happy to be here with everybody, and it's good when we come together like this to, to give time and volunteer time to others to kind of introduce them to not a new field that everybody doesn't know. It's, but to kind of bounce ideas and, impact knowledge to others. And I give great immense recognition to Emmanuel for kind of introducing this stuff, and it's a way of giving back. This is going to be our own little way of giving back, giving back our own time, giving back the skill set you've actually um acquired over a few years. I'll go by just introducing myself. My name is Damon Gbadebo, and I'm a Microsoft technical consultant. I've been working within security in the last 15 years. I've worked my way up from, how will I say, an admin all the way to up to where I am right now. I've been in Microsoft for the past few years, and basically what I do within Microsoft is help global organizations. When we say global organizations, I mean organizations that have over 10 to 20 to 50 to 100,000 users. Because the more the users you have, the more the enterprise gets very more difficult. So basically, yeah, I work with the global team within Microsoft that, helps to implement different solution. But my expertise and my SME is working within Purview. So I'm one of the Purview SME within Microsoft that we do implement different technologies within Purview. Um, I've actually worked basically implementing DLP, implementing e-discovery, implementing every other solutions within Purview. A lot of people don't know Purview has so many technologies within Purview. So I think along the line when Purview started becoming bigger, Microsoft then kind of break Purview into three areas. So we have Purview for data security, Purview for data governance, which is what we're going to be talking about today, and Purview for compliance. So that's the three areas that we do use Purview for. The data security part is when you start doing DLP, implementing DLP, using sensitive information types and all that kind of stuff. But the good thing about Purview and the good thing about all these things is like they are interwoven, because it's all about talking about data and talking about how we could kind of save data and help organization not to lose their crown jewel. So today we're going to be talking about Microsoft Purview within data governance. I would kind of start sharing my screen and let me know if you can see my screen. Give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. I just want to see the thumbs up because I know a lot of people are quiet on this then. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. So going by what we're going to be doing today, like I said, this is going to be Microsoft Purview for data governance. So what is data governance? Data governance is basically how organizations want to kind of put their data together in a governance domain so that business users can actually use the data and be able to give organization how they can trust their data and how they can make decisions using the data. I will quickly just give you a bit background to this Microsoft Purview and
Hi,
how. Sorry.
Damon. Can
Hello.
you put in presentation mode, please?
Presentation mode. Hold on.
Main slideshow. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, like I said, I would quickly just give us a big rundown about this because we might be kind of used to Purview. That Purview doesn't really have unified catalog right now. It's got unified catalog. So basically, these particular data governance used to be in Azure, so it used to be called Azure Purview. So it was when Microsoft was merging everything together, when Microsoft was putting things together, because Microsoft is so used to bringing stuff together and putting stuff together. So they brought this bit from Azure Purview into Microsoft Purview 365. So, and that's why Microsoft kind of call it, right? They call it Unified Catalog. So if you go into Purview portal, you will see it's called Unified Catalog. So it's called Unified Catalog basically within Purview. So let's start today. Our next slide. So this is Purview Catalog and data mapping. Why do we call it Unified Catalog and data mapping? So basically, what we're going to be doing today, I'm going to be introducing you to how we kind of scan data from the source data, maybe from our databases, from ADLS storage and SQL databases, from data storages, and we want to bring that into Purview. So basically, sometimes some organizations can come about and say we don't even know what we have in our landscape or in our environment. So we use a solution called data mapping. So data mapping is part of this unified catalog that scans data from source. So data mapping basically scan data and bring it into Purview. So we will be going through this by introducing what Microsoft Purview data catalog is, setting up the data catalog, organizing the data governance domains, creating and managing data products, utilizing glossary terms and business concepts, implementing data quality measures. So this is part of what this is doing, because basically we want to kind of know or implement data quality. Users or business users use data all over the place, and organizations don't want everybody to be grabbing different data from different sources. We want just single source of truth. Everybody knows, we always hear about this stuff, single source of truth. So an enterprise environment want to have a single source of truth, want to understand that whatever data that we're getting from this source is the right data. what data we're using from this source is the data that we can use to make decisions, because they want to have a good data, clean data, trusted data to be able to make business decisions. So how do we come about to do this? This is what means by implementing data quality measures. Purview also does this within this unified catalog. Also, we're going to be exploring data discovery and search features, managing access and compliance, monitoring data health and governance. And I'll just do a slight hands-on demonstration, because basically I don't have a how will I call it? I don't have a demo, or that I can actually use, but I will just show you around with one of my work data. So don't don't make me want to show you too much inside the Purview portal, because I'm going to be using live data, and I'm going to be using probably an organization data, which it's not I'm going to be showing the data because we're not using it, but I'll just kind of show you around how the portal look like. Because the good thing about us as a technical person is for you to not hear all this talk I've been saying, but for you to be able to see hands-on and to know what it does and how we come about different things. So I'll be showing that around as well. So this is going to be a kind of how we're gonna go. I think, how long have I got, Emmanuel, to go around? Hello, Chidimma. Hello,
2 hours.
hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Sorry.
can hear you now. I
I
was saying
said
how
two
long.
hours. I heard you. I
Okay.
was saying 2 hours.
Oh, I we
Maybe I
couldn't hear
was
you. I
speaking.
couldn't hear you. I couldn't
All
hear you.
right.
Yeah,
two
I wanted
hours.
to know how long I've got, so that I know how to manage my time.
Now you have 2 hours.
Good. So basically, this is where we're going to start looking at, Purview catalog and data mapping. And what is the introduction to this? So Microsoft Data Catalog is a comprehensive data governance solution that is used, to help organizations discover, understand, and manage their data assets. What are data assets? Data assets are um um data storages where we keep, for example, let's say tables, files, example, databases of, and I'll use an example of maybe Amazon, where they keep names of customers, credit card details, all that kind of stuff. Those are the data assets. A lot of companies have different data assets. So this is how I manage the data asset across various environments, including on-premises, multi-cloud, and SaaS platform. It provides a unified platform for data governance, and that's what I was trying to say as well in when I was doing the introduction. We want a single source of truth for our data governance, how we govern our data properly, for risk management, enabling the organization to gain visibility into their data estate. So data estate in their data set discovery on what they got, and what they're using the data for, and every other thing within the estate, and safeguard sensitive information types, sensitive informations within those data assets and within those tables and files. Microsoft has actually, if we do understand DLP, Microsoft has actually extended sensitivity labeling into data sources like um, ADLS storages and all that kind of beautiful stuff of storages that Microsoft has, and to also to any storage, any SaaS application, cloud storages. So we've actually, or Microsoft have actually started implementing sensitivity information into that, so that people won't kind of, be able to go into those storages and just take those data and govern data seamlessly. So what is the key feature for this data unified catalog solution? So the key features for this unified catalog solution, like I said, is one, data discovery, which facilitate the identification of classification of data as well. So when we can, when we can discover data, we need to classify those data. And that is one thing that we do more within Purview and within security. We want to be able to classify that data, and we want to be able to put a sensitivity around that data, so that data could have a data loss prevention policy around it, so that it won't just go missing within the environment or within the enterprise environment. So because we have data stored everywhere within the enterprise environment, and data storages are one of the things that Microsoft has actually extended this to. So data classification of data assets, classification in the sense that you have data and you want to classify them, saying, is it a PI data or is this non-PI data? You should be able to classify those data so that business users interacting with those data, they know the classification that's actually been put on those data within your environment, and making it easier for users to find and understand data where relevant to their needs. Also, one of the key features here is data lineage. What do you understand by data lineage? Data lineage is when users want to use the data and they want to know where the data comes from. Because basically, let's say as a data analyst, and you're using a what do you call it, a Power BI data, table or asset, and you should be able to know where that data come from, the flow of that data. Where is this data coming from? Is it the data I want? Is it coming from the right source? Because basically sometimes people have different sources of data, so you want to know whether is it from the right source of where I want this data coming from, so you understand that data because you're making use of that data. Also, one of the key features as well is data classification. I've spoken about this already. It allows categorization of data asset by assigning unique logical tags or classes based on business concepts. Also, data quality. We want to know the quality of data, because you want data analysts or business users or people making strategic business decisions to be able to trust that data. How can they trust the data if we don't put a quality control on that data? And what are the quality controls we put on data? Sometimes we have data sets. You want to understand that data set has business quality rules on it, that there's a way we kind of write business quality rules in this. We'll get there. We'll get our kind of explain that to us. And access management. So this enables the configuration of access policies. Like basically, you have access to this data assets products, and we're putting like a how back and policy into it, like who can access that data, because we don't just have everything within there and everybody can have access to it. So that is also access management. Are we good? I want to know that I'm not.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
good,
yeah,
good,
we're
good.
here.
I don't want to. I want to make this session more interactive so that people could understand. And because we're not so much on the call, it will be very good thing to. I can be talking. It's. How will I say? It's good to talk. I can talk for the next 2-3 hours. That's what I do. This is what I do. So it's easier for me to be talking along and just, but it's very good to understand that people understand where we're coming from. And I might be asking questions. I just want people to kind of give me where they understand this to, so we could make this session an interactive session. It is not a session that we have to just come and read out slides and people just go away and they never hear about it again. I want us to kind of have to imbibe this, because basically I've had this conversation with Emmanuel as well. This is one of the, I wouldn't say the best, but it is one of the the earliest adoption of this within Microsoft Purview. Not a lot of people are doing it. So if you can get your head around this and you understand the concept, you know how to deploy this, you understand how to make business use this solution, you see that you're one of the few out there that you'll be getting things to do. And you might even want to do this for your current organizations, and how you want to do this for current organizations. Maybe they've been talking about it. Is a good thing. And like I said, it's not new within Microsoft Purview, but it's still relatively new to other solutions within Purview. So I don't expect everybody to understand, or but it will be a good thing for us to bounce this off each other where people lack understanding or where they want me to kind of explain. Please feel free to throw your hands up, and let's talk about this. I'll be moving through the slides, but it will be better for us to talk about it rather than me just kind of throwing it, like a lecture, like a university lecture, that we're just going to be talking about sites.
Yes.
So it will be a good thing to this. My first question will go to us: that has anyone or anybody done anything within Purview Unified Catalog? You could just raise your hands up if you've not. Sorry, if you have. Right. No
Right.
one. I guess no one. Okay. Has anybody come across or have seen the portal for Unified Catalog within Purview Solution?
Yes, I have.
Good. Have you tried to explore what it does, or just see what does this thing do, or how do we use this concept or this solution, or what does this solution really do with you, or why is this solution? It's called governance. Why is it actually sitting in Purview?
Yes, I try to look into what it actually does. It starts with you have to get a governance domain. That's which I know of. I think that was it for me. I was trying to really understand what it does, but I didn't really look into it that much. But after this session, I'm going to look into more into it.
Okay, good. Any other person? Okay. So thank you, Thelma, for yes, Unified Catalog is governance domain. And like I said, it's two part of this. We have the data mapping and we have the governance domain. The data mapping is where you have the technical part of how to discover the data we have in our enterprise landscape. We know we have different data storages in our environment. So we use data mapping to kind of scan that data from the data sources, because we have to kind of register those data source, the connection from data source. I'll show us this bit, the hands-on when we get there. Scan this data source. Once this data source is being scanned, no, first of all, we need to connect your data map to this data source. Then scan that data source. Then you scan everything in that data source into your data map. Then it goes from your data map, it goes into your unified catalog. Sorry, your governance domain. So why do we have governance domain? Governance domain is basically where you have different kind of domains. There's a way you want to strategize that, and I think we'll come to that as well as we go along within the governance domain. So these are the things that we might be looking into, within data. I'll say data mapping catalog. So, we're going to be doing data discovery, data classification, data lineage, business glossary. I think I just got this, what's it called? This diagram or this whatever from one of the Microsoft document. So it just shows us what we are going to be doing along the line. So how do we start with this? So our initial setup, like I said earlier on, is enabling Microsoft Data Catalog, involves in configuring the platform to effectively govern and manage our assets. The setup includes assigning appropriate roles and permissions, registering and scanning data sources, which I spoke about. You have to scan data sources, organizing the data assets into governance domain, because basically, like I said, data sources and data assets, each department, let's put it this way, let's look at it this way. We have different departments in our organization. We have sales, we have HR, we have finance, we have guys, remind me now, which other department do we have?
Operations.
Operations, thank you. And yes, we have all those.
We have IT.
Yeah, we could have IT as a data domain as well. It depends on how we want to see it. Yeah, that's true. We have IT as well. So when we are actually creating that governance domain, then we create all these domains within the governance domain. So what we're trying to say here is like HR have their own data assets, finance has their own data assets, operations have their own data assets. Let's say purchasing have their own data assets. Everybody have where they keep their data asset, maybe their tables, their the names, and things that they use for operational things. Everyone has it, different data asset. It is this data asset that we're scanning from the data sources that we want to put in different different domain. And this is how we do it, so that people can understand. We just don't have everything everywhere. Or someone might say, oh, I need a data from HR. It is just going to be easy for you to go to that HR domain and see the data asset within that HR domain, and you can pick out, this is what I want. So that is the whole essence of what we're trying to do here. And that is the whole essence of governance, governance in data. We're trying to put governance around the data that we use and the data asset we use. So, organizing data assets into governance domains and collections, proper configuration, ensuring that users discover, understand, and access data in a secure and efficient manner. So what are the key roles that we have here? We have data governance admin, we have data governance domain creator, we have data product owners, and data catalog readers. There are other several roles as well that we have, and this is just us creating an outback, or to each, to have at least whatever what do you call it, roles to perform whatever you want to do. So that is the first step we do when we're doing this. You need to first scan the data source, then import that scan into data governance, the asset into data governance. So how do we do this? This is just like a sample scenario that what we need to do. We assign roles to anyone that's going to be using going to be working within this Purview data area. We register the data sources from sales, inventory, customer service systems are registered and scanned, and we populate this into the data map. And sorry, what are we actually scanning into this data map? We're not actually scanning the right data. When we're using data, a lot of people, we need metadata. We need the metadata. And what is the metadata? Metadata are data that are attached to a particular data. Let's say, for example, you have a data saying, let's say, names or date of birth. The metadata for date of birth might be, what do we use that date of birth to do? What does that date of birth stand for? The meaning of date of birth, and what can we use date of birth to do? Where can we, metadata are like data referencing that data within where we have it. So those are metadata. So basically, sometimes when we have data, we do have metadata around the data. So it is the metadata that we're actually even scanning into Purview. Although we're scanning data, but we're making use more of the metadata because it is the metadata that the business user wants to see as well, and they want to make use of. So, first of all, we register and scan the data source, we organize the data assets, integrate various data sources, such as databases, data lakes, SaaS applications into the map, into the Purview data map, and then we create the governance domains that will align with business functions, like I said, sales or whatever, or logical group data assets. It depends on how we want the strategy that we want to use in doing this. Then we perform scans. You can perform the scans to capture the metadata, classification, lineage information, enabling comprehensive data discovery and understanding the data. So I think I've actually gone through what we use DataMap to do. The work that DataMap does. In DataMap, what we have in there is a scanner that we scan metadata from any source. Then we'll go into organizing our data governance. So like I said earlier, data governance, it depends on how the organization. There's no one way, or there is no one way of organizing the data. It is the governance domain. It's all about the strategy that we want to use as an organization. Do we want to use business functions? Do we want to use business functions with different data different strategy, or how do we want to create our domain? That's left to the organizations to come up with how they want to do it. So I'm just putting this out there that there is not one way of doing this. You could always create it as you wish, or as what data strategy you want to use. So in Microsoft Purview, governance domains are logical boundaries that facilitate the structural organization governance and discovery of data asset. They align data products and business concepts such as glossary terms, objectives with specific business areas and functions. What does this actually mean? So basically, what do we know, or what do we understand as a data product? So basically, data product is a package or a group of assets, files, tables, models. It could be data models, it could be Power BI reports, it could be any report that we want to group together to call it a product. I'll give an example because, okay, where I work right now, or where I'm working for right now, the organization I'm working for right now, they have a very, how will I say, their own way of the way they create their product is too it's too difficult to understand. So I'll use a basic, very logical thing for you to understand. Banking. We all understand in finance, banks have different products, right? They have,
Yes.
banks, they have product like loans, right? They have, they can create a product, they could call it loans. They could call another product, let's say, loan that equity loans that we give to customers. They could call another product saying, let's say they have credit cards, right? They have credit card. They have, let's say they have Visa card. Visa card within Access Bank could be one product. They can have American Express card. American Express card is another product within the bank, right? So each product has a data asset attached to it. If you have, for example, because I've done something with Access Bank, and I was one that created Access Bank data governance and all this stuff, so I can actually give you a good rundown. about this. They are one of Microsoft customers as well. So for, let's say, for Visa card has a data asset attached to it. Visa card has, it is people that take the Visa card out of that they have the Visa card, it will not be the same person that will have American Express card with Access Bank. So you have different data assets. So that is a product, and that is how they can group a product. Within that Visa card, they can say we have different tables, files, Power BI reports. They can have report of, let's say, how many people collect this Visa card from us to this year, how many people are owing this number of this. So they can have different assets or data thing attached to that Visa product. That is a product. So let's say, for example, I work in the bank and I want a particular thing from Visa product, because the IT team have created a product within Purview, and within that data governance, I can go in there and I can just pick what do we have within this product. Is this something that I can use? I'm looking for number of people that took out card in the last financial year. Is it part of the data assets that we have within this product? Same thing with loan. Same thing with, so I think that is just a very good example I can give you, and I could actually let your head go around what a data product means. Do we understand?
Yes.
Good. So that is how a product is actually, they actually come about, data products. So glossary terms. What is glossary terms? Glossary terms is we call it business vocabulary providing context and governance policies. So glossary terms are terms that, they let's say they use a term as business term. Every organization have their own business term. Let's say they say like a term like equity loans. I could say what is equity? I don't understand what equity loans is. I don't know what equity loans is. I don't know what purchasing loan is. I don't, there are different terms. And I'm a new guy within the organization. They've been given a project to work on, and they're coming up with different terms. And within those terms, we have different stuff like what that terms mean, where you use that terms, what we could use with that term, and what data assets are attached to that term. I want to see a lot of things that, with that, just what equity loans is doing. I'll come into the glossary terms and I can search for it. That's what a glossary terms is. Objective key results is us putting an achievable goal around a metric, like KPIs. We have KPIs. So to put a metric, to put something like, okay, for us to achieve 100% in this whatever, we must be able to have finished A, B, C, D. For us to achieve maybe 1 million growth or 100 million whatever in this sector, we should have achieved D, C, D, E, F. So that is placing some, achievable, measurable thing against some metrics, data metrics. So that is OKRs as well. We measure it, we use this data governance whatever to measure OKRs. And critical data, this is this should be critical data elements. So we call it CDE, critical data element. So what is a critical data element? Not critical data. So this is called critical data element. What is a critical data? Critical data elements are critical terms within data that we use for decision making. I can't come. I'm trying to think about how I can give an example of that, but maybe down the line I'll find an example for that. So, how do we organize data governance domain? So, these are the types of governance domain and how it can be categorized and based on. Like I said, and I think I've run over this as well. Governance domain depend on how you want to kind of set up your governance domain within your organization. Strategy you want to use, it's up to you. But Microsoft actually come up with an example of functional units, which like sales, marketing, finance, HR. Those are functional units. You can create a governance, a domain around them, or line of business, which is like product or services. Because a line of business for some people or for some organization, they can use line of business as their as they want to create a domain for, not the functional unit. They can have different line of business. You have a business, I would say, okay, we do in this our business, we do clearing and forwarding, we do logistics, we do what do you call it? We do oil and gas. In this whatever we do, different line of business. And we know as organizations they can have different line of business. So we can create the domain as well as line of business. We could use regulatory side to that where they are actually related to create it. We could create governance domains on projects. Like I said, it all depends on how you want to kind of structure or strategize this, or the strategy you want to use to create this governance domain. Yeah, let's go to the next slide. So in the next slide, we're talking about creating and managing data product. I've kind of gone through what a data product is with us, and I did give a good example of how we define the data product. So I think that is just that about this. So, the type that specify the data product types, such as data sets, master data, business system, models, dashboards, or operational data. You can group all this together to create a data product. So within a data product that we have within the governance domain, actually let's do it this way, because I'm feeling that I'm just talking like people are not saying live demo, and probably I should be is that way should I, because I'm sharing my screen right now, this presentation is in live presentation. Actually, let's do the live presentation, and probably after this, what we're doing the hands-on, I would kind of just show us around. I was actually thinking probably as I'm talking right now, I wanted to be showing us how all this thing relates to in a real life scenario. But because I'm sharing it, I'm the same person sharing my screen, I can't be doing that scenario, except if, let's do it this way. Chidimma.
I can
Hello?
hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear
Is
me?
it possible for you to if I send this to you, to be sharing your screen? Oh, we can't both be sharing our screen at the same time, can we?
Yes, we can't. It has to
Okay.
be.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Because I was looking at a scenario whereby probably someone will be doing the slides and I'll be showing the demo on the other side. Okay, that's fine. Let me run through this, and I'll then kind of run through the demo as well.
All right.
Yes. So creating and managing data product. I've actually talked about what the data product is. So when we're creating a data product, what do we link with the data product? We link the data assets with the data product. We set asset policy to that data product. So who can actually use those data products? Who can use that data product? And once we've done that, there is an approval workflow that has to be done as well within Purview. The approval workflow. The approval workflow is like, okay, when you request for this data product, do you have to speak to your manager? After that, if we do that, who needs to approve that access for that data? And don't forget that each data, we do have data owners. So we have different data owners all around the whole our whole estates. So different people that owns different data, but we are just managing those data for them. So you need to request assets for those from the data owner, and before they can actually give you access to it. We can't just. And once that is done, we do publish the data product that for the business to see that, oh, for this data product, oh, these are the things that you can actually use with it as a business user. So we publish the data product. If the data product is not published, you can't see it. So basically, when we are still working around to create that data product, we don't publish it. So we publish the data product. And yeah, and after publishing, that's when users can start using it. So I think sorry about this. I should have been going with this when I was going with a different screen. Creating and managing data products. I've actually defined what a data product is. And for the data products, when we are defining that data product, we need to assign ownership to that data product. So we're just talking about that actually. And I think it was the next slide. Yes, this was the. Okay, sorry. I think I need to go to this one. Utilizing glossary terms and business concepts. So basically, utilizing business terms and glossary concepts is business glossary is a centralized repository for business terms and their definitions. And I think I've gone through this as well with us. So providing a shared vocabulary across organizations. I'll show you where we get into the hands-on lab to show you what terms, and you will see you can actually create some custom terms for yourself as well, so that people in your organization, the business user, will understand what those terms are. So define individual concepts that describe the business processes and system used within the organization. They can be applied across data estates relating to data assets and data product to provide business concept to users. Then the good thing about this business concept or business glossary is when you have a term, you can actually link that term to a different data assets. So let's say, for example, we have a term that says something about loans. That term that says something about loans within the bank, we can have different. We just tell us the different type of loans we have, the loans that we are loaning to, let's say, big organizations, loans that we are giving low income earners. Maybe we have loans that we are giving government government workers. Maybe you are giving government workers loans. So it will talk about different type of loans, and it will tell you what those loans, the assets and the tables that are attached to those loans. So at the end of the day, once you're going into that business terms and you create, let's say, I'm looking for blah 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 blah, blah loans, it will bring out to all those things that are attributed that synonyms are attributed to what you're actually looking for. It enhances the way we work as well, the way users work. Because if you see how this thing works sometimes, business users like it, they love it, because at the end of the day, sometimes you have different, I might be in finance, and you have someone in purchasing, and you have someone else in sales. And we have one term that we're using. That term, it goes around every of those business teams. So if you click on that terms, you can see everything that is linked to it in one actual view. So you can make proper decisions, and you can say, okay, so we even have this data that covers this. So we even have this, so it will tell you every data that we have or we own, and that's the good thing about the business groceries, because you can see the term relationship, this established relationship between terms such as synonyms, acronyms, related terms, to capture the nuances of business language, because some businesses have their own language and the way they talk, and so that they cannot, when you go there, you understand when you're looking at it. Also, we have like custom attributes. We can give an attribute, we can define a custom attribute to each term that we're trying to do here. So when business users want to use these things, they quite understand it. Import and export functionality like bulk create or update using CSV files. So that is just, let's say for example, we have we've created different things within Excel spreadsheets, and that we're very good when we're creating things at work. People are very good to just create an Excel spreadsheet. Everybody just creates a Excel spreadsheet. So this Excel spreadsheet, we can actually bring the Excel spreadsheet together and import this Excel spreadsheet into the business grocery terms. And once it's there, he understands it, he can start, bringing everything together. So that's the thing about the glossary terms. Right. Let's take a breather and go into I've talked about how I'm just trying to let us take a step back so that we all capture what I've been going on about in the last 1 hour, and what we've talked about, what we've learned, and how we're going to be moving forward. So basically we've talked about how we capture data for discovery by using data map to do scan our data sources, how we're going to, how we've created the data governance domains, and how we move those the data we've scanned into the governance domain, how we've talked about creating data products, and how we can group that data product into different governance domains, how business users can use that. So basically now we're not talking about, we now got into implementing data quality measures, because this is one of the things that we highlighted out from the start that we're going to be covering as well, implementing data quality measures. Does anyone understand what we mean by data quality? Anybody working with data here? Huh? If you guys are quiet, I'll start mentioning names. Oh, if I call your name now, will you answer? I'm going to start calling names, because it's just like I've been talking, and I just want to know that people are following me.
I don't work with data. I don't know any other person, but I don't work with data.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I work with data.
Okay.
Yeah, I work with data on Excel and Power BI.
Good. So you understand where we say data quality, right?
Yes,
John?
yes.
Okay. Because let's say, for example, data, John, should I call you John? Is it John your first name?
Yeah, it's Charles, but go ahead. John is fine.
Okay, Charles. Okay, Charles. Okay.
Yeah, Charles, yes.
Okay, Charles. Charles is a data analyst. He works with data. He works with Excel spreadsheets and data. Before you could actually use that data in Excel spreadsheet as a data analyst, we all know that we always want to clean that data, right? We want that data to be
Absolutely.
clean.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. So that's the same thing when we talk about data quality measures. We want to,
Yes.
that data, we want to know that the data we're using is a clean data, that the data we're using doesn't have spaces, that the data we're using when we put a data string into a space, is not giving us the data type as data. Another one is coming as string. Another one is coming as, and you're looking at the data like this. Like, so what actually is this data? You don't know what type of data it is. You understand? So that is essentially what we're going to be talking about in here. And that is one of the things that this does as well, implementing data quality measures. So, within implementing data quality measures, we kind of have data quality stewards, and the data quality stewards are people like Charles, that like, let's say a data analyst or someone that works with data is going to be the data stewards, and we're going to set up within this, we're going to set up a connection source to, we establish a connection to that data source because we want to create what's it called? We want to create the quality of that data. So the quality of that data, we have to do a connection again to that, back to the source data. So ensuring that Microsoft can actually, get connection to that source data, which might be any database or whatever. Then we run the profiling on that source data. And what is the profiling? We run the profile to see, do we have spaces in the data? Do we have is the data in the right context? Is the data, where we say, even when we're doing data analysis, when you want to do dates, you do dates, month, and year. And sometimes, you have some data that's like year, month, and day. Or sometimes you have year, day, and month. So we don't want to have all those kind of mixed kind of data. That's just a typical example. So we do data profiling. Once we have that data connected, we do a data profiling. Microsoft will do that data profiling. It will tell you if that data is okay, is nice, and we can use it. Then we create a data quality. And what do we want to create quality around? We want to create quality around the data dimension, such as is the data complete? We want to create quality rules around completeness. We want to put quality rules around consistency. We want to put quality rules around conformity. We want to put quality rules around accuracy, freshness, and uniqueness of that data. So this is the I think any data analyst or any data person that works with data understand that we have to conform with all this to be able to say, right, this data is good to be used and we can use this data. So once we have that, Microsoft has some out of the box rules that can do all this. Or Microsoft is very, very flexible, whereby we could actually run a custom rule. We can create custom rules for our data, that okay, this data that I'm saying, I want it to be like this. I want, if the data in here doesn't have this, make it incomplete. If the data doesn't conform with this, because you know what you're looking for in your data. You know exactly, let's say for example, we are having data that tells us about sales, and you want to say, okay, if this data that I have here doesn't show me the sales in the next 2-3 weeks. You understand? Make the data incomplete, or make the data this, so you can just always come up with a different business logic. We call them business logic rules. The business logic rules that we need to transform into technical or logical rules in Purview. I hope you understand that we can come up with a business logical rules and transform that business logical rules. I just giving those examples of the logical rules you could come up with, and and you create that within Purview. Anyone that does SQL will understand what I'm talking about here when it comes to creating some, it's just some statistics, or if this is this, let it be this. If not, want to use this. Yeah, so that's that. Creating data quality rules. So once we've done that, once we've created that rule, we've profiled the data, we've created the rules, the next thing that we're going to do is that we're going to run the data quality scan. So we run data quality scan. Microsoft has a scanner as well that runs the data quality scan. We monitor the data quality scores, and we create a report. Microsoft can create a report for you of the scan that is done. Implement data quality improvements. Let's say we run the scan and you've put a rule. Every rule that you put in there, you want your data to be 100%. But by the time you run the quality scan, and Microsoft is saying, oh, in these data sets that I'm running the quality scan there is gaps. You can see gaps within 10 to 20 data sets. But when you have thousands of data sets, it's something that cannot be, visible to the eye, where it's missing, where it's not missing, where it's complete, where it's not complete. So that is what we use this to do. And once we've done that, and we can find where the gaps are, or we then implement data quality improvement actions. We put actions in place that we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to do that, So yeah, so the sample scenario that I've just put in here is like, let's consider a retail company aiming to improve the quality of its sales data. We've assigned a data quality steward that we need to assign data quality stewards to that owns that data. We set up data source connections, we run data profiling, we create the quality rules. So the data profiling analyze the sales data to understand its structure and identify any anomalies or inconsistencies. That is when we're running the profiling. Create data quality rules. We've created the rules. What do you want the rules to do? Establish rules to ensure that all sales records have complete information, such as customer details, product IDs, transaction dates, because you can have different products. So you can have it's the same product and having different product ID. This will point it out for you. Now, why are we having this product that is the same product, same name, same everything, but we're having different product ID? Why is that? It will flag it up. It will flag incompleteness of the information that we have. So execute data quality scan and monitor reports of the data quality scan, and implement improvement action. So for data quality measures, these are the steps or stuff that we need to do to get a good data quality measures in. Next thing I want to talk about is data knowledge. So what is data knowledge? Data knowledge is basically data knowledge is basically to the ability for the flow of data. We want to know how data flow into Purview. Don't forget, sometimes we want to know the flow of the data from the source data to destination. So data knowledge shows us that it tracks the flow of data through various stages, from its original to its final destination. This involves visual representation, data movement, transformation, dependencies across data estates. Understanding data knowledge is crucial for ensuring data quality, compliance, and efficient troubleshooting. So there is nothing much we do with data knowledge. Data knowledge is just a visual thing that we add into the use of data. People want to know where the source data is coming from. People want to know what are they using the right data. People want to know if this right data is actually the data for us to make decisions, And sometimes we have interactive image visualization where users can explore the image graph to understand the data flow and transformations, dependencies, aiding the impact analysis and root cause identification of what the data is. So that's what data knowledge is, and this is one of the stuff that this gives us. It gives us how we could actually, trace data back to the source. So managing data lineage. So I've just shown in here, just a typical example of how data moves, where data lives, what is the lineage of that data, just for us to have a physical kind of identification of what a data lineage is. So consider a financial institution that processes customer transaction. So data injection, customer transaction data is ingested from various sources, including online banking platform, ATMs, and all that kind of customer transaction data that we collect everywhere. So at the end of the day, you want to see that lineage, this data, this thing that we're looking at, okay, customer collect money from here. After I collect that money, he spent it here. You use the card at this store. You use his card at that store. You use the card. You can kind of put a visual graphics around the customer identification and how they kind of use their cards or transfer money within banking sales. So it gives us that kind of lineage, and that's what we do when we're trying to put pieces together. So basically, it's also help us. Data lineage also help us to do data consumptions, process data and use to generate financial reports and dashboard for business analysis. So yeah, by utilizing Microsoft Purview data lineage capabilities, the institution can visualize and monitor the entire data flow, ensuring transparency, facilitating compliance audits. So we can actually even audit that data. So implementing access control and security measures. What are the stuff that we implement, around everything that we're doing here? Because don't forget everything we're doing here. I know this is security, and I've been talking more about data, governance of data, whatever. It's still part of security, and there's still much that we as a security thing that we do within this space. So, implementing access control and security measures is one of the great things that, we don't want to just give out access to people. We want to see how we control the data. So assigning specific roles to users based on their responsibilities, ensuring they have necessary permission to perform their tasks without overprivileging. So that's giving that users or those users, an outback. We have an outback access control in here. We have privileged access management as well. Implement just in time to access for elevated tasks to minimize the risks of unauthorized access. Data security solutions. So utilizing Microsoft Purview data security features such as sensitivity label, encryption, data loss prevention policies to protect the data across its life cycle. So basically, where does this data security solution into? And this is where it comes in you as a data security expert. Basically, Microsoft now can extend, like I said earlier on, sensitivity level into data storages, create policy against that storage. So you should be able to do that, probably encryption. You should be able to create a data loss prevention policy to protect the data source or the things, the data assets in that data source. So, that's one of the stuff that this does for us as well. Deploy private endpoints and configure firewalls to restrict public access, ensuring that data is accessible only through secure networks. That's when we're doing the connections. So when you're connecting to your data sources, you have to be sure you are actually connecting to the right data source, to the right private endpoint. When we're creating all this, I'll show you in the demo. You have to create manage identity to be able to access the data sources. Sometimes you need to create key vaults thing. You need to create secrets that you need to use to attach to access the data storages, and regulatory monitor access logs and audit trails to detect and respond to suspicious activity promptly. So yeah, so implement access controls and security measures. That's what I've just talked about right now. Monitoring and reporting in Microsoft. So basically, when you have different data assets, different data products, we have different multiple data quality rules. We need to put in monitoring and we need to put in reporting. So this is just like monitoring the we're going to be monitoring the what's it called, the rules that we put in there. We want to monitor them. We want to see how they're doing, if there's a drop, because sometimes there's always a drop in the data quality rules. Don't forget that the scans that we run, we don't run the scan once. We set up a scan schedule to be scanning that data source. We could do a incremental scan or full scan at any time, but it's always very best practice is to implement an incremental scan. So there's going to be a scan. So anytime anything goes into that data source, the scan goes around, it sees the new data, it brings the new data into Purview. The automated way of doing stuff into Purview. The connection of the data, the connection of the data reporting, the quality rules that we've connected the data source as well. We run a scan of that as well. When you run a scan of that, because new data are flowing into a data source, the scan is scanning it. The rules is checking the rules on the new scan, that new data are there. Is it still right? Sometimes you could see that the quality of the data drops. So when the quality of data drops, it tells you that, let's say for example, in your department, when people are filling in forms, or when they're filling in Excel spreadsheets, we want them to not miss spaces. You want them to put in the right thing. But when human errors start creeping in, this is where we start seeing it. So the data quality drops. Once the data quality drops, we want to see why is the data quality dropping, and you can always improve data quality as well. Let's say, for example, we scan the data source, and inside that data source, we've got series of tables and files in there, and the tables that we've got there, when we scan, we do a data quality rules, and it's giving us 50%. So we can take that back to the business and saying, oh, we've only got 50% of this data complete, or we've only got 50% of data freshness. We've only got 50%. So what is the problem of this data source, or what is the problem of this data? You give to the stewards look at it and they come up with, okay, this is why we're having drop in this data. So they then take it back to the business. Anyone that is responsible in updating that data will now be contacted that you need to, we're seeing drop of data quality. So this is what one of the advantages of what we do or what we're trying to do here as well. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So monitoring and reporting in Microsoft Purview. So we do data quality reports, monitor data quality jobs, integration with Azure Monitor. If we can integrate this with Azure Monitor to do some metrics and stuff for us within Azure Monitor. Yeah, I think we've come to the end of the slides. We've come to the end of the slides. I think the next thing that I'll actually just take people quickly is let me share my screen. Stop sharing. So that will go quickly into share. Hold on. Give me 2 minutes, guys. Or give me it won't take up too long. Give me 1 minute. Let me just bring things in perspective so that you guys can see what I'm talking about here. Give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Cheers, guys. Cheers. Thank you. Right. So who could tell me what we're looking at? What is this? I want to see if we're all listening to all the jargons I've been talking about since.
Is the data lineage?
Thank you. So this is a data lineage. So this is data lineage. You can see where the source data is coming from. It's coming from an Azure Databricks notebook, and you've got some data in there. You could tell you how data, the models. You can see how the data, works out in here. So this when we talk about data lineage, this is what we mean about data lineage. This is the data lineage. It might be something that you need here. You want to see how this is aligned to some of the data, where it's coming from, how you could use it. That is a data lineage. Good. So basically, let me go into data map. You can see we are within Microsoft Purview, and let me cover all these ones. So within the Microsoft Purview, we have the data map. This is the data map that I said. So within data map, you can create collections. These collections that we create in here it doesn't really matter, but it's just for you to just know that you want to create collections that, okay, from, let's say, from this database or from this data source, I want it to go into, like in this one, I've created like a pre-prod, like a prod and dev. So you want to bring a data source from, you want to bring a data source here now. These are data sources. You could see data sources here. So if you want to register a data source, you go in here, you register data source, you come in here, you can pick which any data source that you want to register. You could see different data sources that Microsoft has. So you have loads of data sources. You can bring data source from AWS, you can bring data source from Amazon, you could bring data source from, talk about it. Your Azure database for Postgres, SQL. We have data sources different places. So, so you could bring a data source from anywhere. You can even see that data source from Fabrics, MongoDB, MySQL, Postgres SQL, Oracle. Salesforce, which a lot of finance and HR uses Salesforce. You could see Salesforce, SAP. So you could bring your data source from anywhere. So when you bring your data source here, you go into, let's say, for example, let's say you have Azure Databricks. You click on that, you want to bring that in, you put in all your workspaces, you put in the, from that workspace or anything that you have those connection details. Or let's say, for example, you want to bring a data source from Azure Data Lake, ADLX. So you come put in your subscription, your source name, data source name. This can be anything. This could be called anything. You can call this anything. You can call this anything. You can give it any data source name. You could call it data source. You can call it anything, it's not allowing me to put space. So let's say data lake. So the subscription you want it to be, the data storage, you have on your enterprise, you put the endpoints here, and that's it. Once you have that, let me show you an example of one of the data sources that I've actually connected. So I've connected the data source.
Sorry, can you zoom out a bit? Someone is asking that can you zoom out a bit?
Okay.
Mm.
Is that not too much?
It's okay.
Hold on. I think I've zoomed too much. Is it good like this?
Is just zoom a little bit.
A little bit more.
Yes. Guys, if it's okay, you can use a thumbs up to let him know.
Yeah. Is it okay? Let me know if you can see my screen this way.
We can see your screen. It's just it's actually the words are actually tiny a bit. So someone was asking if you can zoom out a little bit for visibility.
If I zoom out too much, you won't be able to see anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So can you see it this way?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. So basically, I was explaining. Sorry. Sorry.
I can't see what is.
Like the words, what is written all over there is tiny actually.
You mean all this one that's written over here?
Yes, you have to
don't
look
don't
into
worry.
the screen.
Don't bother yourself about what is written here, because what is written here, don't bother about it. I just want to show you how your data map, how you can register your data sources. At least you can see this. When you can register a data source, you want to use an Azure Data Lake to bring in. Let's say this is where your data sets are. You want to bring it here, but you have to first register that data source inside your data map, right? And that's what I'm just showing you. That is what we've done here.
Okay.
You can see that these are all storages. This is the Databricks. This is Fabrics. So you can bring any data source in here. So once you have the data source, you could then go into once you have a data source, you could then go into your scans. Then you could then go into, like, you want to, let's say I want to create a new scan, right? I've got my data source in here and I want to create a new scan. You come in here, you give it a name. It's from the Unity catalog. You put all the credentials. You want to put lineage extraction on because you want to see the lineage extraction, except you don't want to see the lineage extraction. You do that. Then once that is done, the next thing you would do is you want to test the connection. You put the path in there as well, and you want to test the connection. Let me try to do one that will contest the connection. I think it's this one. Right, this one is connected already. I've actually collected this one already. So before you want to do anything to a data storage, everybody knows we have to test the connection, because we have all the something. You see that the connection is successful. And once it tells connection is successful and you go continue, it goes into that data storage. These are all the stuff in this data storage. So all the stuff that you've got in this data storage, you've got different folders. In the folder, you have different stuff, tables, index, and all that kind of thing in there. So once you have all that in there, you can then say, right, I don't want to scan everything in data source. You can then pick what you want to scan. Whatever you scan in here is what you're going to get. Okay? I don't want to do a scan. So that's how you do this. That is how you do scanning, and that is how you connect your data source and you do your scan. Once you've done the scan, within here, you could do monitoring of the scan, the scan in progress, what has failed, what has not failed, how many scans you've done, the scans are completed with exceptions. These are just monitoring. So within this, you can do scan rule sets. Scan rule sets are, you want to put the scans and you want to kind of put a rules around your scan. You want to put a rule around your scan, how you want your scan to be, which domain are you scanning it to, what's the rule description, what is it saying, the name, and you just put it there. And you just create a rule scan set. Once you create that rule scan set, you want to create patterns. Patterns is basically, we don't usually use pattern rules, but some organizations use pattern rules, but it's not always been used. But basically, it's just creating, how you want that rules to work out for you. What are the patterns, the configuration rules that you want to put in those patterns? Like, let's say the classification rules you want to put within that data set that you've scanned. Okay, I want to start putting classification around my customer data that is looking at PII information. So that is what this creating pattern rules thing does. I don't have one created because I'm not using it. Integration runtimes, basically, this is within integration runtimes, you have self-hosted integration, and you have one that is not self-hosted, which is like managed identity. This is a scanner that sits behind the data map that can help you to scan any data asset that you want to scan. So you can create new integration runtimes. So you can see that you could use Azure scans, which is fully managed serverless, done by Azure, or you want to do self-hosted scan in an on-premises or private network. So if you're using a private network, you have to use a self-hosted. Or if you're not, you can use managed service with Azure. But we're using our private network, our private endpoint, and that's why we use self-hosted scans. So once we've actually scanned all those stuff, okay, yes, sorry, I need to talk about this. This is where we put in classifications again as well into whatever that we scan. You can see the classification. We all understand where this classification comes from. It comes from Purview DLP. So, you can have different data in your sets. You can, so you can use these classifications, or you could create a custom classifications. Normally, if you create custom classifications, you could use regex. When you're creating your custom classifications, you could use regex to create the custom classifications, because it's going to ask you that what sort of custom classifications you want to create. I don't have the custom classifications here, so yeah. And classification rules. This was one of the tests of the classification rules I did. I did put a test in there I did that because I use the dictionary reset, and it will tell you I uploaded a file. And I matched it against the classification rules that are set up, and it told me it's 60%. You know, it could tell you that okay,
Someone is raising his hand. Someone is raising his hand to
oh,
ask
okay.
question. Uchechi, you can ask your question now. Uchechiku, sorry.
Okay, sorry, it was just lost on that scanning something. On that scanning side, I just got lost there.
Oh, okay.
So I wish you could just add a little light there.
Okay.
That particular place. Yeah.
All right. Let's go back to that then. So basically, with the scanning, what we do here with the scanning is like we have something called data map within Purview. So you go to data sources. In your data source, you register your data source that where is the data you want to bring into Purview? Where is it coming from? Then you pick the data source. Then we go into continue. You put all the stuff, the credential for the data source, the endpoint, which data storage, because I have a data storage, that's why I pick that one for me automatically. You want to select the collection where this is where the collection, you want to say, okay, this data source that I'm bringing in, I want to put it in my dev environment. I created dev environment. I created different collection for my dev. So this one that I'm bringing in, I want to put it in my production environment. So you put it in this collection. You will have created these collections before now. It's one of the first steps you have to do. Create that collections. And once you create that collection, you put it there and you do the scan. It scans that data source for you. Is that okay?
All right, sir. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. So yes, so that's about data mapping. Let's quickly run through data catalog, unified catalog, because once we've scanned the data within data map, we want to see those data that you scanned in here. You could see in here we have the data product, data asset, enterprise glossary, the governance domain that we talked about, the data product within your governance domain, the custom metadata. This is very new here, but it's custom metadata that we're bringing in. Requests means this is where you see when business users are requesting for access to a data product or a data asset. If you go into this request, you see that within here we don't have any requests, so it will tell you where they are requesting from. So the health management, this is where we do the data quality control. So we create data quality for each domain that we've actually created. What you have to do first when you get in here is you come in here, you go into the governance domain, you want to create a new governance domain. This governance domain.
Sorry to interrupt. Someone asked a question, please. I want to ask if data map is replacing the use of data connector, since it's also connecting to the third-party solutions.
Please, I want to ask if the data map is replacing the use of data connectors. No. Right. So we have data connectors. We have data connectors in a different. We have data connectors in Azure, right? It is not replacing it. This is data map is actually just a scanner that scans your data source so that we can use that data within the governance domain that we've created. The data connector in Purview. No, there's the data connector in Purview is different from data map. Data connectors in Purview, you have to, okay, I know where you're coming from. So in Purview, we have data connectors that connect third-party solutions. It depends into what solution you're talking about now. You have data connectors that connect when you want to do things like endpoints, DLP. You have data connectors that does things when you want to do cloud apps. You could have data connectors in cloud apps, but in unified catalog, you use data map. Emmanuel.
All right, that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the difference between the data map and data connector in Purview. So this data map sits within this Purview side of things that brings the data from the data sources. You can see here that we've created different different governance domains in here. So you just go in here, you say you want to create a governance domain, you give it a name, you give it a description of the governance domain that you want, you select the type of governance domain you want. Is it functional unit, is it line of business, is it data domain, or project? Once you give it that, you want to see, do you want to have a parent governance domain, or you could do it that, and you create a governance domain. Once the governance domain is created, you come in here. Once the governance domain is created, you could then start creating things within that governance domain. You could start creating roles. You could start creating data estate mapping. So the roles, you want to include people that can have the permissions to this governance domain. You could see that within the governance domain, there are two of us within this governance domain, but I don't even have access to that governance domain. So you could have a sub-governance domain. You can see within these four governance domains, we have 4 people that are domain owners and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we do: investment domain and all that kind of stuff. So you create these domains, and once you create the domain, you then start using the data product within this domain. You could, when you create a governance domain, you could go, when you go into the details, you could then start creating the data product. What data product? How do you want to bring the data product into this domain? You start bringing your new data product. You start bringing your data product or whatever into this domain, and this is where users will come and use all those data products that you've created. I think you guys should start putting your mind in how I've actually explained this to you during the slide, that you create a data product and you start bringing stuff into this data product. So that is, let me show you an example of data product. This is an example of a data product that we created here. You can see in this data product, we've only got one data asset attached to the data product, one data asset. You could have 10 data assets attached to the data product. You could have glossary terms attached to the data product. You have critical data elements attached to the data product. So you could have custom attributes attached to data products, So that is that in, this is a full description of the data product. So when users want to use it, they can, you can come in here, you could see data assets that we scanned. You could see the data asset we scanned is 7 sources from this data map. Data sources. This is 7 sources. You can see that comes in here. So discovery data products. So data assets, 7 sources, and we have about 29 whatever assets, 400 and whatever glossary terms. So you could, and the data quality. Yeah, so that's I think we've got just 10 minutes. So this is what you see when it comes to data quality. You can see data quality in here. You can see some are LD. You can see these quality scores, not LD. You want to come and see why it's not LD, and you want to start treating those data quality scores. Actions is like when you have issues with your data and you want to come in here to take actions on the data, and look at the reports that are generated. These are like basic report for Microsoft. These are out of the box report for Microsoft. So this is a workflow. You can create the workflow. Workflow is how you want users to access maybe a data product or a data asset. So you come in here, you could create a new workflow, or you want to look at it ones I've created in the past. So this is being created when a data product request access is submitted. This is the workflow. You need the manager approval. It's equal to yes, it's true. So this is the workflow. You can edit the workflow here. You can scope the workflow. So this is the scope of the workflow, which where you want the workflow to look at. So yeah, so that is that with workflow. And when there's a request unapproved as an admin, you come in here waiting for my response, you allow it. Maybe you've seen that it's been approved by the manager, and the manager said you can allow the person to have access to that data. So in a nutshell, I think that is it about Unified Catalog. I would rest my case here to see if anyone has a question.
Guys, the floor is open for your questions. We can go ahead and ask your questions.
The floor is open to ask questions. Questions, I will tell you that questions, you could ask any questions, whether in regards to this, how this, goes along and tags along with other solutions within Purview. How can you make use of these typical skill sets in Purview? What are the work you could do with these skills, this skill that we just talked about? So your question doesn't have to be based on what I've actually talked about. You could actually be in data. You want to know how this actually work with you, how you can actually use this and things like that. So I want the question from anything, any part. It doesn't have to be what we've talked about. So don't limit your questions to that. So question, please.
I have a question. So now we've talked about all this and looking at it, let's say for someone that wants to, just like is a skill, and now we're looking at it is Azure, is these data sources are coming from Azure, then Fabrics where data lies, but it's not just the M365. So now looking at it, well, how do, as a person that have not started working, how do you go about this on your own? Because what you're showing us here, like I said earlier, I wanted to like see what it's all about. And when I created governance domain and I was seeing Azure, everything, my resource has to come from Azure or Fabrics. And when it comes to Azure, you have to have subscriptions and all that and resources. So now coming from somebody that is not actually working, but you want to learn the skill and kind of be good at it, how do you go about it now? Because
okay, yeah, I know where you're coming from, and
thank you very much.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from, and I think that is why I kind of have to use this. If you know from the start, I said I don't have like a sandbox area. I do have a macro an Azure Purview thing, but Unified Catalog and data mapping are additional subscription that you have to have before you can have access to this. So you need an additional subscription to be able to use this, and you need to have an Azure subscription because basically it is tied to Azure subscription. Don't forget, when I first started saying this, Azure, let me show you something quickly, and I think that might give you a bit of heads up. So you need to have a subscription. You can see this is my Azure portal, right?
Yes.
This is like the work Azure portal. So you need to have a subscription tied to Datamap. So if I go into Microsoft Purview, I don't want to go into Microsoft Purview. Okay, let me go into Microsoft Purview. I'll show you something. You can see that it's sitting. We have to go and create a Microsoft Purview account within Azure, and you need to have a resource group. You need to have a resource. You need to have a subscription. So this is the subscription. It's sitting inside Azure. I hope we all understand the difference between Azure environment and the security Purview solution environment. That they're two different things. Right? So this is Azure. So basically, in the past, like I said, this used to be called Azure Purview.
Yes, you say so.
Yeah, it used to be called Azure Purview. You can see that this is classic and this is new. If I go into new, it's called the start using Unified Data Governance Service Managed. You know, this is the old portal. Let me take you to the old portal of data mapping. So this is the old portal of data mapping when it used to be called Azure Purview. So you can say try new Microsoft Purview. So it used to be called Azure Purview. So that's where you have this. You have the domains, data sources, domains. In the first one that I showed you earlier, domain was the first thing, not data sources.
Yes.
You can say, okay, so it's different. In the previous one that I showed you, the new Azure, they've taken out data sharing. So we don't have this data sharing anymore. So this is the old Purview portal, but we're now using the new Purview. This old Purview portal still works, but like the question you asked me, as someone that needs to train on this, it will be a bit difficult for you to be able to use that data sources to scan, except you want to go and do that. Get a subscription for yourself, pay for that subscription, get Datamap, sign into Datamap. You could buy some databases. Inside that database, you could start putting files, you could start putting tables inside that database. Then once you get that database, you could then come in here and try to connect that database into this, and you see how it works. That's the only way I can,
Okay. Thank
yeah.
you very much.
You're welcome.
Tolani.
Yeah,
You
thank you, Thelma. Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Damon, for your presentation. And I'd like to appreciate Emmanuel as well for setting this up. I believe seminars like this or webinars like this help upcoming enthusiasts in the security and compliance field to get an overview of, what to expect and how it works. So I'd like to ride on the question, the person before me. I'm sorry I didn't get her name. I'd like to ride on her question again. I understand that you've given an overview of how, the governance and the Purview Center works and what, how it works, the flow, what is necessary in terms of data collection, data processing, and, all the likes. However, I would like to know, as a beginner or an enthusiast or someone who is interested in studying or advancing in security and compliance. From what I have seen, I have a bit of experience in technical support. Everything you've talked about today involves a data analyst, a data scientist, an Azure expert, a security expert, a compliance expert, so many different skill sets. As a beginner, what are the things I should look out for? What are the things, where do I start from so that I can build and then, have this kind of overview or experience that you have? Where am I starting from? What are the skill sets to look out for? And what are the possible roles that, you know, I can start from. So I think from that, would like you to share your personal experience. Where did you start from exactly? Did you start from data collection, you know, data cleaning, data collection, data analyst? How did you start? What are the things we should look out for? What are the data sets we should look at, or the data skills we should look out for? And how do we grow in a career in governance? Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. That's a very brilliant question. And, you know, like I said, and this is why I was saying to everybody, I didn't want us to just come in and I'll ask you, do you have any question? I'm not expecting to ask me a question about what I presented, because basically what I presented might be the first time of you even coming across it, might be the first time of you even seeing it at all, or might be the first time of hearing anything about this at all. Right, Tolani, I will go with your question, like, where to someone that is interested and enthusiast about this whole thing that I've talked about, where do they start from? Okay, I'll use my own case scenario. And I think Emmanuel knows me very well because me and Emmanuel, we've been going back for a few months now. Right. I'm a security technical consultant, right? My background is very technical, and I work within Microsoft technologies, you know, whatever within security, just security and compliance, right? But when I started working with Microsoft, as you might have actually known, Purview is a big beast, and Purview has 3 sections. And the 3 sections within Purview is data governance, data security, compliance, and risks and compliance. That is the 3 thing within Purview. I just want everyone to understand this, because right now we're talking about Purview as a solution. Purview as a solution, I didn't just go into data governance to start creating these fine tables for them, knowing how to use this, knowing how to use this. It came from my background as a Purview person. I used to be a Purview. I'm a Purview SME. So within even Microsoft, I work within Purview. I work as in absolutely just solely within Purview. So I've done things in Purview like you know, let me show you my let's look into some Purview. You know, when you talk about the solutions in Purview, like the solutions in Purview, you know, like audit, compliance, and you know, data lifecycle management, data loss prevention, data policy, or the DSPM. I could tell you that I've critically done most of all this stuff, e-discovery, information barriers, information protection. I've actually done all this stuff before coming into data governance. So data governance is in 2 ways. You have to understand how Purview as a solution support data governance. There are other solutions out there that, you know, that support data governance. Microsoft just coming into the market because Microsoft knows that a lot of organizations use their solution to do DLP, to do risk management, to do compliance. So they thought, like, why can't we then bring data governance that others are doing as well into Purview? Because, like you said, most of the time you talk with data analysts, data architects, data this, data that. I'm a core security person. Right? The only thing that is making me present this to us is just for us within the group to understand where data governance sits within Purview. Because data governance is something within Purview that a lot of people don't even understand. Even a lot of people that does Purview, they don't really understand how to use data governance. This data governance solution, how to use it within Purview. So from my perspective, I'm coming from a place of a Purview SME, not a data governance person. Does that make sense? Talani, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so like I'm saying, I'm coming from a Purview SME rather from a data governance person. I'm not a data governance person, right? I'm just okay, let's put it this way. If you are a security and compliance person that has flair of using Purview, I'm just coming into this space now to show you what else Purview can do for you within an enterprise environment that wants to do data governance. So you will come into an enterprise environment or an enterprise place on how to achieve the data governance by using Purview as a solution. Even if they've not actually started using Purview, you can introduce them to it. Oh, I've heard about this, that Purview does data governance. So because there are other solutions out there that do data governance apart from Purview. Other beautiful solutions out there. Databricks does data governance. Colibra does data governance. You know, there are other stuff that does data governance than Purview. So it is not just Purview. It is not just Purview. You have other stuff that does data governance. But it's just because I'm coming from a point of a data, what do you call it, a Purview SME, and that's why I can take this class. Any other question?
Someone asks on the chat, for someone who is pursuing administrative role or learning Splunk administrative enterprise, how would you connect data from Purview to Splunk? Or how do you make use of both when it comes to data?
Right. Let me try to dissect this. Splunk is not a data source in a way that you keep data in. Splunk, you use Splunk for security monitoring within an enterprise environment. So your Splunk does security monitoring. You don't have a storage sitting inside Splunk, or you don't see. Okay, I'll ask this question. Do we keep any data inside Splunk, like let's say databases? Oh, sorry, data sets. For example, like customers names and addresses. Do we keep that inside Splunk? Can anyone answer that question? So basically, that's a no. We don't keep that inside Splunk. So, and when I was going through the data sources as well, Splunk was not one of those data sources that data map could connect to. So basically, data map could connect to any databases, third-party databases as well, but not Splunk. I don't know if I did answer that question right to that person.
If your question was answered, can you give a thumbs up or can unmute yourself? Peter?
For someone pursuing administrative role or say learning Splunk administrative enterprise, how will you connect data from Purview to Splunk? Okay, so yeah, I think I've just answered that. You can't connect Purview with Splunk because Splunk is a monitoring tool. Splunk is a monitoring tool. So it's like it monitors things on network, it monitors things on security, it monitors things, Splunk is a SIM tool, which is security events, security information and event management. So it just monitors the event within the security event within your environment. And before you could use Splunk, you'll have set up policies within Splunk. I want Splunk to be catching this event. User is sending this outside. Splunk will catch it. I don't want user to use this in my brand. Splunk will catch it. Those are the kind of things. Splunk is just for an event monitoring system. It's not meant for where you keep data sources. Sorry, where you keep data as in database. Any other question?
No other question. Thank you very much.
Okay.
No other
If there's any
questions.
more questions,
Okay, there's no other question.
yeah,
I want to appreciate you for
Sorry.
your time.
Oh.
Sorry, who is Kingsley?
Yes, I want if you could share his LinkedIn handle to follow him on LinkedIn.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You want me to share my LinkedIn profile?
Yes.
I'll share my LinkedIn profile. That's not an issue.
So while we are doing that, thank you, Damon, for this wonderful section. We're very happy to have you, and we appreciate you taking your time to explain and take us on this section. And guys, I hope that as we leave here, our questions are answered, and what we left, what we came for, we actually got them. I also want to say thank you very much for your time, for staying on the call throughout the session, for not dropping off. I know that at some point it was about data and all that. So for someone that is not a data person, you actually be bored. So, but thank you very much for staying on the call throughout the session, and do have a wonderful weekend. And also we have another section that is going on, which is onboarding. We are doing onboarding for our cloud and AI bootcamp. You can join the section. I think it has started. This is past 4. So you can also join this section. And thank you, Damon, for your
All
time.
right. Cheers. Thank you, everyone. Have a
Have a
wonderful
wonderful
afternoon.
weekend. You
You
too.
too.
Bye, everyone.
All right. Bye.
Hi.
Any hours, more than 2 hours. It's 2 hours now. Okay. Thanks. It's in the lights. It's networking. This is for good. Like God. Even the best way they in charge. You say you good in charge. We ain't there. Fuck up, man. Ah, eh, kò sẹ́ni tó wá ni. Ah, this is Gbadebo there now. Don't you finish? Láti ṣe tán. Gbadebo yẹn ni. Owó Johnson. comments? I dey come for now. Not too sure. Blessings of waiting in color. So it's lessons of visiting day now. They get confused. No. And yeah, back to history. Hey, go. I don't carry the food. See. to the club, you took is very good in the gym. Not dancing. I go away without drink. They are very